First call, Class 1 AOB. First call, Class 1 AOBs. Second call, Class 1 AOBs. Second call, Class 1 AOBs. As we begin Class 1 of Day 2 of the White Buffalo Blowout, we want to introduce our judge, Mr. David Korb from Ohio. Please put your hands together for Mr. Korb to come sort through our livestock today. First call, Class 2, Berkshire. First call, Class 2, Berkshire.
Well, good morning. Glad to be here. Glad to be a part of a fundraiser and a show of this high quality where we got good prizes, good pigs, and everything can kind of come together. It is a Sunday. Remember to set your fantasy football lineups. I happen to be playing the judge from yesterday, and I'm trying to break a winless streak this season that I'm not real proud of. So remember, set your fantasy football lineups, and we'll roll on with the day. We get started right here in the land race, and I can tell you I feel at home because we raise these things at home, and I can tell you the hard thing to do is get them the balance. I think that's what these two do very well. I think we got an obvious champion right here. He's a young man's barrow right here in the middle. Very, very stout. He's proportional. He's square. He's sound. Puts a lot of things together. You can make a landrace short-bodied but yet tall-fronted like he does. I think you're going to win a lot of landrace shows. I think a real good pig to go ahead and win. Young lady's barrow right here to my right. Another one I like a good deal in terms of his squareness. He's a comfortable animal that can still get out and go. Maybe he just doesn't have the bone yet today as what my champion does, but still plenty of muscle, plenty of width, a good kind of pig in terms of proportionality as well. Young lady's barrow comes next here in 3, and again, a pig that's very sound. He's got muscle, width, and look ahead of his blade. He's a little lower set at his shoulder. He's not as opened up in his chest, but certainly one that's a little farther along, so maybe I kind of thought that process through just a little bit more there between second and third. Young man's gilt comes out, and she's got the advantages in terms of muscle and flesh today. I like that about her. She's a gilt that's got some feature to her, yet at the same time she kind of runs into the same issues where she's a little lower set at the point of her shoulder, a little more closed up, maybe not quite as neat in terms of her look ahead of her blade. Young man's gilt that rounds out the class. Another one with some extension, foot, and feature, just a little hard body today, a little too narrow in his chest, a little too low set at the point of his blade.
Class 2, lightweight Berkshires, you are entering the ring. Class 2 Berkshires entering the ring. Results from the AOB division. First place, champion AOB, Creed Spencer. Reserve, Landry Brooks. And third, Braylon Creech. First call, Class 3 middleweight Berkshire. First call, Class 3 middleweight Berkshires. First call, Class 3 middleweight Berkshires.
Well, we get into these lightweight Berkshires in a very good class, and I land on this top pair pretty comfortably here. I think both of these kind of have the foot, feature, and look that I'm kind of looking for. I think one of them just excels the other in the way that their blade sets into their body, the way their head and neck come out of their shoulder. I think just their ability to have that balance on the side gives them the advantage long term as well. That's young lady's bear right here, closest to me, or I guess farthest away from me now. He's going to win this particular class. You know, he's a little bit more raw and green in terms of his center body, and he's maybe not quite as comfortable out of his hip and hind leg as what this young lady's barrow in second is, and so that's why I gave it some thought. Really love the hip and hind leg design of this second place barrow. He's a hog with some foot. He's a hog with some features. He comes right at you. He's big in his cage. I like those things about him. We got to set his shoulder blade back on him just a touch. We're going to allow his neck to come out just a little bit higher, especially with pigs at this particular stage of game. I kind of lean to a greener, a better looking one, but I still think a high quality pair there to work with. Young lady's gilt here in third, another very good female that's square. She's comfortable, got muscle, maybe a little rounder out of her rump here today. Giving up a lot in terms of just forearm today at this particular stage. Same time, she's given up quite a bit in terms of pounds, and so it makes it a great challenge when you start comparing animals at this particular stage and weight, especially comparing a gilt to a couple of barrows. That's a high quality animal. You got a very good pig, only going to get better as she matures. Young man's barrow that comes next here in four, and this one comes right out of the gate and immediately catches your attention because he's so good through the front half of his body. Really high-headed, huge chested, huge form. Like those things about him. Muscularity is really good. You get it right behind him, just a little round and a little short in his rump to get any higher. Young lady's barrow right here, another one with some muscle, some look, some design from the side. For me, we got to set a stifle back inside of his body just a shot more comfortably to compete with the four ahead of him, but still a very good pig. Young man's barrow that rounds out the gate here. Another pig I like in terms of his look and his balance, just very, very green today. We just need more muscle in that particular pig if he's going to compete in a setting here today. But long term, I think you're going to be all right.
Class 3 middleweight Berkshires, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 2 lightweight Berkshires. First place, Riley McDaniel. Second place, Trinity Ham. And third place, Kenzie Bridgman. Class 3 middleweight Berkshires, you are entering the ring. First call, Class 4 heavyweight Berkshires. First call, Class 4 heavyweight Berkshires.
Well, a challenge of a class here to put together in a lot of variances and shapes and kinds here to work through. I start with the young lady's, I guess, board pig here closest to me to go ahead and win this class. And I think his just basic balance on the side allows him to do so. He's the most advanced in terms of his upper shape. He's the best looking, best proportion from the side, and yet he's still comfortable on the move. Now, I'd be the first to tell you, we'd like to crack him open as he comes right at you, but I guess I just didn't find anything else in the class that just suited me as well everywhere else in order to beat him. And so I just went ahead and just used his readiness, his look, his comfort to go ahead and win. Young man's barrel here in second kind of creeps up on me real well, because you get right in behind that barrel, that's a very good view of an animal leaving you. I love his squareness. I like his just power as he turns and goes. Foot feature all in check. You know, he's a little bit longer in terms of his length of body. He too isn't just perfect as he drives right at you. That's a high quality animal to land in second. Hog that comes next here in three maybe more resembles my class winner in terms of his proportion from the side, and I can certainly appreciate that. That's a high quality head, a good kind of look, a good natural shape out of his blade. For me, he just wants to tuck in as he drives right at you, wants to tuck in as he leaves you. We just got to open him up underneath in order to compete here today. Young lady's hog that comes next here in four, another good one in terms of squareness and comfort. I like those things about him. Didn't read him quite as neat in terms of his proportion from the side, maybe not quite as good out of his hip, but I think a barrel that's only going to get better because I like his running gear, just maybe not quite as ready today. Same can be said with the young man's barrel here that rounds out the class. Big feet and legs, can get out and go, good head shape, just looks a little hungry today, and that's all right. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just hard to use a pig that's a little hound-gutted at this particular stage in a jackpot setting.
Class 4 heavyweight Berkshires, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 3 Berkshires. First place, Bellamy Sasson. Second place, Cooper Sands. And third place, Jake Smart. Class 4 heavyweight Berkshires entering the ring. First call, Class 5 lightweight Durocs. First call, Class 5 lightweight Durocs.
Well, very good one here to win is Young Mansborough. They're going to my left. Checks a lot of boxes for me. I love his head shape, one that's still attractive, but yet still looks like a Berkshire. Very, very big feet and legs. Awesome in his shape. Presented to a T. Very good animal. I like that one a good deal to go ahead and win. Young ladies, Barrow that works his way into second here. Extremely heavy structured. Got a great kind of look from the profile. Still, as you get right on top of him, extremely shapely on the backside of his body. An animal that can still get out and go pretty good. You know, he can get a little straighter off each ends of his body once close up ever so slightly, but that kind of look, that kind of presence with that foot and feature going to get you in a top pair every day. Young lady, Young Man's Hog comes next here in 3, and shape and muscle, all very good. He had right in behind this gilt. She brings plenty of muscle, plenty of width. I like those things about her. I need to rearrange her up front just a touch to just make her a little more elevated, a little later maturing to compete with those top 2. All that comes next here in 4, another pig that hit me hard right out the gate in terms of look and balance. Another one that really can get out and go extremely well. You know, just a little bit more raw today. Just going to need some time to pack on some muscle, but still a pig with a good kind of look, good kind of shape. Going to read right in the end. Just maybe a little greener today. Young Man's Hog that comes next here. Another one with some presence to him from the side. Another hog that I like in terms of just his proportion and build. This guy gets a little straighter off both ends. He's just a little too narrow as he turns and leaves you today in relation to the rest of that class. But that's still a high-quality barrow to land where he does within this particular setting.
We will now have our Berkshire Breed Drive. Results from Class 4 Heavyweight Berkshires. First place, Caven Clift. Second place, Sage Music. And third place, Jackson Kane. Second call, Class 5 Lightweight Durocs to the holding pen.
Won't take long here on the Berkshire side of things. It's going to take just a little bit longer for reserve. There's one out here that came to win, needs to win. I think wins pretty comfortably. Young Mansborough, that last class, going to be your champion. Congratulations. Well, we drop in that second place barrow and immediately comes in the mix. It's between him and this first class winner for me. I think they're kind of cut from the same mold in terms of just that look and design, heaviness of structure. I think, well, obviously, one of them's farther along. And to be fair, it's easy to criticize him when he stands next to that champion. You get him back out here and study him as an individual. Certainly can catch your attention real quick with that kind of feature, that kind of shape, that kind of bone. I like him next best. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Class 5 Lightweight Durocs, you are entering the ring. Results from the Berkshire Division. Champion Berkshire, Caven Clift. In reserve was Sage Music. First call, Class 6 Durocs. First call, Class 6 Durocs. Second call, Class 6 Durocs. Second call, Class 6 Durocs.
Lightweight red hogs are always the most challenging thing to kind of put together, and it takes some time to kind of study them. And I'll be honest, the thing I'm usually the most attracted to is muscle, and the thing you should be probably the least the most attracted to in lightweight Duroc hogs is muscle, and so that's why it becomes a little bit of a challenge. I will say that there was one easy thing to do in the class, and it was use the young man here going to my right to win. That was the logical thing, and then from there I had to kind of sort the rest. best. That's a good pig in terms of his comfort. He's right in terms of his maturity, his foot, features, look, design, all in check. Good kind of a pig to win. Now from second all the way, I think, all the way to seventh, we had some decisions to make, and I told you that I like muscle, and this pig probably is just a little further along than maybe some on down the line, and that's why we kind of get him up. But I like his look. I like his foot. I like his stoutness that he has. He's got a little bit more form and just kind of power to him than some of the others within this class. Now, I'm not going to tell you that he's just the easiest in terms of his ankle or the smoothest in terms of his drive, but I think everything balances well, and you got to have that in check as well. Young Lady's Hog comes next here, and one that I really like in terms of the stoutness to his head and his skull. He's got some bone. He's got some muscularity, yet he's pretty raw at the same time. You know, maybe not quite as smooth there in terms of his crest or his cheek, but certainly plenty of length of neck. I think a good kind of a pig to go ahead and land in third. Hog that comes next in fourth, and I guess my initial reaction is you kind of see a swollen sheath there, and maybe just a pig that's a little skinnier today, and you kind of want to just shove him down the line. But the more you study this animal, the more you like him, because he's so comfortable, he's good looking, he's an animal that can still get out and drive, his width is all in check, maybe just not quite as further along today in terms of his muscularity, and like I said, that's all right. I don't know if they should be at November 1st on lightweight Duroc hogs, but maybe not the most appeasing in terms of his balance and just his bloom today. Hog that comes next here, same kind of story, a pig that can drive out of his hip and his hind leg, a pig that's got some look and some stoutness to his head and his skull. He's still got some form and shape to him. Again, just a little greener, maybe just didn't want to drive the best as well, throws off his balance just a shade, but that's a high quality pig, and the more he drives, the more he's out here, the more you like him. I guess he just wanted to get up in his spine just ever so slightly when he kind of gets trotting there. It gave me a reason to put him in a pen. Young Lady's Hog that comes next, one that I like in terms of his shape, his power up high. He's got a big broad pin set as he turns and goes. The longer you study him, though, he's got to be set back in his shoulder blade just a touch, and ultimately that's why we put him in a pin. Young man comes next, and he can really stick one. I like that about him. He knows where he needs to go, knows how to get her rolling. This gilt's got a great look ahead of her blade. She's got muscle and power there, big in her chest. Gil, for me, I just couldn't get her to relax there in her rear ankle. Need to just stouten her just a shade in that regard, but a high-quality pig to land where she does. Young man that rounds out the class here got himself a pig that can get out and go. Just a little too narrow, just a little too plain muscle to compete today.
Class 6 Durocs, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 5 lightweight Durocs. First place, Jagger Collier. Second place, Kinsey Bridgman. And third place, Hattie Creech. We want to welcome Dr. Frazier today. It's his first day at a stock show. He left the gate open. He's not even paying attention. He's been to Houston before and Fort Worth, but it's the first time in Scurry County. First call, Class 7 Durocs. First call, Class 7 Durocs.
Well, awesome pair of Red Hogs here in this class comes together much easier for me to dissect and just kind of align here. I like both these a great deal. I guess I sort them as they come right at you. Young ladies there on the far end's got the advantage in that regard and is going to win for me here today. A hog that opens up just a shot better there in his chest and his knee. He's an animal, though, that has extreme foot, extreme bone. Still great in terms of his shape up high, really good in terms of his power. You know, he's maybe not quite as secure going away or quite as neat in terms of his look from the side as what this young man's barrel here in second is. And certainly, if that's what you prefer, that's what you like, I could certainly listen to you and understand where you're coming from. This guy's got a great future as long as he kind of comes with some chest there towards the end because, like I said, he is a little bit more secure from behind. He is wicked looking from the side. And so ultimately, I like them good in their chest. I like them square in their knee. When you got the option with good ones to pick from, that's how you're going to place them. That's a high-quality pair, though, that we can roll with all day. Hog that comes next here in three, a gilt with some shape, with some muscle, some body and flesh. She's a little lower set at the point of her shoulder. She's a little chubbier in her cheek in relation to those top two, but a high-quality gilt to land in third. Young ladies, hog that comes next in fourth, a barrel with some balance from the side. He's sound on the move. We just run out of bone. We run out of width in relation to the animals ahead of her or ahead of him within this class. Young ladies, hog that comes next has more muscle, probably got a little bit more shape and a neater look, a little more width in the animal ahead of him. For me, just a little too soft on her front pasterns, a little too flat in terms of his body. Young ladies, hog that rounds out the class here. Another one, again, with some balance from the side, just a little straight about her shoulder, just a little too narrow and skinny today to compete.
Class 7 Durocs, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 6 Reds. First place, Brinley Wilson. Second place, Jagger Collier. And third place, Briley Wade. Class 7 entering the ring. First call, Class 8 Durocs. First call, Class 8 Durocs.
Well, good pair of them here on the top end, and there was no doubt these needed to be 1 and 2 here to work through. They're different in terms of their type and kind. They're definitely different in terms of their weights out here, and so it becomes just a little bit more of a challenge on where you want to land. I guess for me, the pig that kind of balances just a shot better, uses their hip and hind leg a little bit better out here today is Young Lady's Barrel right here closest to me. He's going to win for me. He's neater looking in terms of his crest. He's an animal that's still got shape and muscle up high. Just a good kind of a pig to go ahead and win this class. Now, I'm definitely drawn to the stoutness and power of the Young Lady's Barrel here that stands in second. That pig's got a big form. He's got a big back leg. He's a hog that's still right in terms of his body. And he's a hog that I like in terms of the way he comes at you. And I think that's what makes it close for me. He's got to go better out of his hip and hind leg. Maybe a little bit of an attitude adjustment as well will certainly help him on down the line. The hog that ends up here in third, another pig that I like in terms of squareness and balance. He's an animal that I like in terms of a hog with some shape and some muscle up high. For me, just not quite as much in terms of his foot and feature. Maybe not quite as laid back in his shoulder as some that are ahead of him. Young Lady's hog that ends up here in fourth. Another one right in terms of his muscularity up high. He's sound on the go. An animal for me, just not quite as neat in terms of his look as we compare him to the animal right there in front of him. Young Lady's hog that comes next, a hog that's comfortable in terms of his movements. He's good in terms of his shape up high. I like his look ahead of his blade. Again, he's just one of those pigs that looks just a little hungry out here in comparison to some of the others. And like we talked, it's November 1st. We don't need to get in any hurry. But from an evaluator standpoint at a jackpot show, we're going to pick them, the hogs that are ready to go because there's no other way to place them. How that rounds out the class here, a young man got a pig that I like in terms of his ability to get out and go. Just a little too narrow, a little too plain to really compete today.
Class 8 Durocs, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 7, first place, Hagan Williamson. Second place, Paisley M. And third place, Sydney Spain. Class 8 Durocs entering the ring.
Well, good class and a challenge to put together at times, but yet still a logical class winners. Young man's barrel here on the far left. They go ahead and win. I think a barrel that's really got a great kind of look ahead of his blade. Got a great shape in him today. It's still very square and powerful as he leaves you. I'll be the first to tell you, I got to square his knee up as he drives right at you. That's being critical of a very good pig that wins this class very comfortably. From here, it gets a little bit more challenging, and I guess I just prefer the added stoutness and power of the young lady's barrel there to my left to go ahead and win today. Love the stoutness to his jawline, his head, his form, his foot. Barrel that's still got muscle up high. An animal I like in just terms of his natural look from the side. I need to make him just a shot more comfortable in terms of the way he uses his hip and his hind leg. But when the young lady gets his head propped right and gets him driving, everything comes together, and I think that's a high-quality barrel to land in second. Young man's hog here in three has got a lot of things that I like. A giant form, awesome chest, awesome look ahead of his blade. For me, he's just a little skinny out here. It may be in relation to some of the others. Maybe doesn't fit his spine right in as well, and kind of out of his hip as well as some of the others within this drive. But still, takes a long step. He's comfortable. He's green. Going to be a good pig there in the end. Young man's gilt comes next. One that's heavy duty, wide, stout, muscular, and powerful. For me, we just got to set her spine back in her, set her shoulder blade back in her just a touch to allow her to just be a little bit more comfortable here on the move. Young lady's gilt that comes next. A really good looking kind of a female. I love her head shape, love her look in front of her blade. Big form, comfortable on the go, just a little harsh body today. And ultimately, that kind of comes with her length aside. But yet, she's comfortable. She's square. She's only going to get better as you get her fatter. I think and it's only going to get better as she matures. Young lady's hog comes next here. A gilt with a good step from behind, good proportion from the side. We got to set her blade back in her, just make her a little bit more powerful as well. Young lady's hog that comes next here. Another one that's sound on the go, just lacking too much in terms of muscle and fill today to really compete. Animal that rounds out the class. Another one that I like in terms of width and muscle, just a little too round, a little too quick to compete with some of the others within this drive.
Results from Class 8 heavyweight Durocs. First place, Kevin Clift. Second place, Sydney Spain. Third place, Allen Pearson. We are now having our breed drive for the Durocs. First call, Class 9 lightweight Hampshires. First call, Class 9 lightweight Hampshires.
What's been an awesome red show here to work through, and I think at times maybe challenged me a little bit more than I'd like, and that's okay. That's what makes it fun. When they're good, it gets fun. There's one out here that just suits me. He's my speed in terms of being the heavy structured one. He's still the wide-chested one. He's still the one that brings all the positives to the table for me. I like this young lady's barrel right here in front of me to be your champion. Congratulations. A lot of different ways we could go about this here for reserve because there's three of them I feel pretty comfortable with, and it just kind of depends on what you like, what your personal preference is. There's one out here that's maybe just a little bit more ready to go. There's another one that's a little middle of the road. It kind of fits the same mold and style as that big one. And then there's a little one out here that maybe fits more my style in terms of squareness of chest, comfort, flexibility, heaviness of structure. He's a little greener than maybe what I'd like to pick, but yet at the same time, I do think he's the next best one. Young man's bear right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 9 Hampshires entering the ring. Results from the Duroc division. Champion Duroc, Brinley Wilson, and reserve, Jagger Collier. Class 9 Hampshires entering the ring. First call, Class 10 Hampshires. First call, Class 10 Hampshires.
Well, good class and a challenging class to kind of line up and put together because I think from first to last, all of them are good pigs. I don't think I'd maybe just get down on any of them if you kind of got them in your barn. Just a matter of readiness and show ring presence here today. I start with the little one there on the far side, and that one's the complete one, the correct one. Really wild in terms of his look ahead of his blade, but yet he's sound, he's comfortable, he's still plenty heavy enough structure to go ahead and win today. Good pig to go ahead and win. This animal here in second kind of intrigues me in terms of his balance and his feature from the side. An animal that can still flex and go. You know, as you get right in behind them, we got to square them up just a touch, and I think it's manageable, and ultimately that's why we agreed to go ahead and put them in second, but yet at the same time, really a dense-made, stout one to land in second. Hog that comes next here in third. Incredible kind of look ahead of his blade, awesome form, awesome chest floor, like those things about him. He is tiny, and that makes it difficult to judge at times. I need to see him just flex and bend just a shot better out of his hip and hind leg to get real excited about him. But, man, he looks like he's got a good future ahead of him as long as he does the right things. Hog that comes next here in fourth, one that I really like in terms of his shape and his feature. Barrow, for me, that's got some bone work, got some squareness. You know, out here, he's a short-bodied animal. Maybe just reads a little shorter hip for me. I'd like to just shorten his head just a touch as well. It's being very, very critical of a very good pig. The opposite kind of pig comes out next. Very sound, very comfortable, very flexible out here on the go. I like all those things about him. I got to toughen up his jawline just a shade. I need to make him just a little bit more elevated at the point of his blade and just kind of secure his front foot from a jackpot setting. He looks like a bear, though, that's just going to get better as he matures. You know, May does a good job with that particular animal. Hog right here, another pig that I like a good deal, and the longer he's out here, the more I like him. I guess my initial read on him was he was just a little rigid in his pastern. He was a little high in his spine. The longer he drives, the better he gets, and I think that's going to be the case as you kind of get him cut going forward, get him comfortable, because he's wide, he's stout, he's got feature and dimension, a good kind of a pig to land where he does. Young ladies rather rounds out the class, gets a little quick on her, but this pig's square. He's comfortable on the go, and I like those things about him. That's what made it so difficult to go ahead and put him in a pen. For me today, he's just a little flatter in terms of his body. He's just a little longer in terms of his spine, a little lower at the point of his blade. I got to make him just a little better on his front pastern as well. Still, very good pig out of land where he does.
Thank you, Judge. Class 9 results. First place, Brinley Wilson. Second place, Addie Pugh. And third place, Maddie Bunkskimper. Class 10, you are entering the ring. Class 10, entering the ring. First call, Class 11 Hampshires. First call, Class 11 Hampshires.
Well, this is an interesting class, no doubt, and I think from very first to I think I said on the last class too, but very first to last, I wouldn't hold your head on any of these because there's a lot of variation, there's a lot of different types and kinds, and I'm not going to tell you that I'm just in love with any pig that we have in this class, but there's parts and pieces to every one of them that I can appreciate. You know, out here, there's a pig that I'm kind of just drawn to, and you kind of got to question whether or not he's sound enough. And then there's a pig out here that is sound enough, that's square, comfortable. You just got to question is he just stout enough everywhere. And so I go back and forth in my mind what I want to do, where I want to land. As I come to the mic, I still wasn't sure, to be honest with you, and so that's what makes it difficult. I guess, we're out here. We got to make a decision. We got to roll on, and so if we're going to talk soundness, we're going to talk comfort. We got to stick with it. I'm going to start with the young man there on the far side to go ahead and win. I told you I maybe just don't read him just as wow in terms of his stoutness or just his squareness out here, but he's comfortable. He's good looking. He's correct. He's a good pig, so we're going to start with him. No doubt this pig comes in the ring, and I'm drawn to that kind, that head shape, that squareness, that power to their forearm, everything about him. And when he gets them going just slow enough, you can almost talk yourself into using them. Out here, he's just wanting to jab his hind leg into the ground too hard to go ahead and win in this scenario. But certainly, that's a pig I'd love to have in my barn. There's so many good things about him. He's just got to go just a little bit better to use him today. Young Ladies Hall that comes next here in 3. Short-bodied and good-looking. His proportions right. I love his head shape. I love his look ahead of his blade, the way he's able to use his forearm. For me, his hip's just a little too short. He's got to drive just a shot more with a little bit more comfort out of his hip and his hind leg. Young Ladies Barrel right here that comes next in 4th. And to be real honest, kind of similar to what my second place barrel was in terms of stoutness to skull, forearm, balance, and just that extra feature it takes. Yet at the same time, I think he's maybe even a little bit worse out of his hip and hind leg as what that second place barrel was. He's just got to be sounder, but certainly the kind that I'm drawn to in terms of feature and dimension and power. Young Ladies Barrel that comes next here, a pig, that comes out of the gate, and to be real honest, my initial read is he's just not stout enough headed. He's got to be better headed and jawed, but then you start reading him everywhere else, and you're like, well, he's the sound one. He's got balance and look and design. Young Lady does a good job driving him, and so where does he fit within a class? I guess for me, I kind of got to the point where I had to make decisions, and I just felt like his head wasn't stout enough, and that's why we put him where we did. Young Ladies Barrel comes next. Same kind of story. That balance, that look from the side, all very good and probably better types of pigs than what some of those are ahead of them. An animal that I do like in terms of his ability to drive out of his hip and his hind leg. His head reads a little weird to me, and then as you study him up front, he wants to just toe out ever so slightly. Animal right here, another one that is stout and burly and dense. For me, just read just a little quicker out here in relation to some of the others within this class. Maybe not quite as neat in terms of his look as well, but a good kind of a pig that's just going to depend on how he matures on what he's going to do going forward. Young Ladies Barrel that rounds out the class, and I told you this is a tough class, and I wouldn't hold your head if you had this pig, because this is fundamentally a very good pig. He's sound, he's square, he's good looking, he's got all those parts and pieces in check. He's just the frailest within this particular class, and I hope he gets stouter as he matures for the young lady. But ultimately, that's what allowed me to put him where he does. But she did a great job, and I just feel bad that we had to put him last within this particular class because he does so many things right. We just run out of bone, and I think when you kind of come to it, you gotta have with just a little extra feature to get along, and so that's where he lands where he does.
Thank you, Judge. Class 11 entering the ring. Results from Class 10. First place, Colson Schilling. Second place, Grant Lackey. And third place, Sage Music. Class 11 entering the ring. First call, Class 12, Hampshires. First call, Class 12, Hampshires.
Well, good class here to work through and maybe just a little bit more logic to kind of put things together. I'll start with the young ladies. Barrow here going to my right to go ahead and win this class. He's the high-headed hog within this drive that's still good in terms of his width. He's right in terms of his spine and his drive from behind. A Barrow for me that can maybe run into a few problems there in the way his blade and kind of front toe all tie together. That's being critical of a very good pig that needs to win this class. Hog here in second. I love the rib cage on this particular barrow. He's a round-bodied animal that's very comfortable in his drive, very comfortable in his skeleton, got a solid front foot, an animal that just doesn't have that extra wow factor in terms of his look ahead of his blade, but still a real solid, real fundamental, correct kind of a pig. I'd go ahead and land in second today. Hog that comes next here in three. Really like the back two-thirds of this particular barrow. His hip and his hind leg, very, very good. Reads like he's going to feed extremely well in terms of his maturity pattern. I need to kind of just shorten his front toe, shorten his kind of just a pastern there, and make him just a little bit more stable up front. I like to give him just a little bit more power as he comes right at you. That's a high-quality barrow, though, being critical of a very good pig. Hog comes next here in fourth. Reads just a little raw, a little green today. Study through that. Got a big rear leg that can flex and bend. Like his front foot, like his kind of design from the side. Once we kind of get him healthy, get him tan, get him clipped up, everything will kind of come together for that particular barrow on down the line. Good skeleton in this particular barrow that comes next in five. Another one that I just really like, his ability to drive out of his hip and his hind leg. He looks like he's going to feed extremely well. I think in relation to some of the others, just doesn't balance from the side quite as well, not as quite as neat in terms of his appearance or his look ahead of his blade, but still a pig I think just reads a little green, only going to get better as he matures. The animals on down the line here all have kind of some issues. The young lady's gilt there, a good hip and hind leg in her, a good view as she turns and goes, just a little closed up as she comes right at me. Young Mansborough there, fresh and shapely up high. He's just got to be better out of his hip and his hind leg. Young lady's Barrow that rounds out the class. Good hip and hind leg, good shape up high, just a little too plain in his cheek to compete with the others within this class.
Thank you, Judge. Class 12, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 11. First place, Maddie Bunkskimper. Second place, Scarlett Futrell. And third place, Cooper Sands. First call, Class 13 Hampshires. First call, Class 13 Hampshires.
One awesome class and an awesome pair here, and I think if you've ever seen me judge, you know that I'm maybe not scared to use one that's way out there, and I think that's what both of these do, and do it to a high degree. I think one of them handles their front end just a shade better. I think maybe one of them's just a little bit more in check from behind, and so there's give and take. I guess a pig that's the most memorable to me and just hit me the hardest, young man's barrel here to my left, has all the wow factor in terms of width, comes at you just so wide, so powerful, and yet you get in behind him. There's a lot of area there that kind of fit more down the road. I know he's definitely out there as you get right in behind him, but he still keeps it in check, keeps it square, and I think that's what's the most impressive to me. This hog here is very, very neat, and as you get right in behind him, that's a beautiful view as he turns and goes. So good in the way he fits and maintains squareness on the turn. He's round about his body, yet still really good in terms of his look. I got to set his blade back into his body just a touch to get real excited, but man, that's being awfully critical because I think both those pairs are extremely good pigs. Young man's hog that comes next here in 3, wild looking ahead of his blade. That pig's really tall fronted, really proportional from the side. At the same time, I got to set him back in his blade just a touch. I think as we compare him to those top 2, we maybe run out of just a little bit of ankle, and I know that's being critical at a jackpot show where we're comparing maybe a barrow that's on his way up and just a little greener to kind of a couple freak shows there, but that's the critical point in that you kind of got to make a decision and go with it. That's a very good pig to land 3rd here today. Hog here in 4th, got all the feature, all the look, love the form, love the shape. Man, if we could just get him to go just a shot better from behind, we could talk about him all day because there's a lot of good in that pig. Just got to be just a shot better in terms of his movement from behind. Animal right here, really another one that's got stoutness and power all the way through, like the feature to his head and his skull, but yet at the same time, he's a little lower set, the point of his shoulder. He's not nearly as neat looking in terms of his throat line as some of the others within this class. He's still got product. He's still got drive. An animal that's still square. I think he's only going to get better kind of as he matures. He kind of comes into himself there. Good kind of a pig to land where he does. Young lady's hog right here. Sound on the go. Good in terms of his balance. Just runs out of power in terms of bone work in relation to some of the others within this class. Young lady's bear that rounds out the class. Got some feature. Just a little too narrow. Just a little too hard today.
Thank you, Judge. Class 13 entering the ring. Results from Class 12. Class winner, Weston Lackey. 2nd place, Jagger Collier. And 3rd place, Mason Sawatsky. First call, class 14 Hampshires. First call, class 14 Hampshires. This is the last class of Hampshires.
Well, good class here, and some differences to work through. And I think we land on these two pretty comfortably here to kind of decipher and dive right into. They have their trade-offs here, but yet if you've watched me judge, you know what I like. I'm going to sort them as they come right at you. And I think that's where one just has the advantage over the other. That's a young man's pig. He's going to win for me. Definitely the barrow that's got more just natural width to his chest. He's a barrow that just opens up better there right at his blade up high, pig that I like in terms of his presence and look from the side a great deal. Now, I'm not going to tell you that every now and then he'll step just a little wider than I'd like him to, but yet he's got length of step, he's got length of hip. I think everything balances extremely well. Really like this pig in second, and he runs uphill. He's got a big fat hind leg that can flex and go. You know, my initial impression of him was he was just a little narrow bladed. I'd like to open him up in his blade. I'd like to open him up in his chest just a touch, but man, some guys like that. They like that extra elevation to get that extra attractiveness. He's still a barrow that silhouette's so great from the side, so comfortable. He's still high quality. I thought both those barrows are really, really good. I like the pair a good deal. The hogs here in 3 and 4 have become a challenge as well. Maybe different types and styles here to work through. They're the heavy-duty kind. They got big rib cages and an extra foot and feature. I read this barrow to be just a shot more attractive than the animal there there that ends up in fourth. This barrel's sound. He's comfortable. Again, I don't maybe read him quite as neat in terms of his look as what my top two are, but in relation to my placing here between 3 and 4, he is better in his cheek. He's better in his look. Hog there in 4, love a lot of things about upper pin set, bone, foot, feature, all in check there. Just got a little bit more there in his cheek to roll any higher. Hog right that comes next here in 5. Sound on the go. A bear that's got a good look ahead of his blade. Reads just a little piecey in his top line today. Maybe just not quite the punch as he drives right at you as some, but I think when you get him filled up, aired up, everything kind of come together for you. Young man's hog that comes next. Really good looking from the side. Barrel I like in terms of his proportions and his balance. Opens up well in his chest. Got a good head on him. You know, I'd encourage you to maybe leave the paint off him just a little bit more. Makes him look just a little unnatural out here. Maybe we can get a little sunshine on him, get him tanned up. I think as he turns and leaves you, he's got to be just a little bit squarer as well. Hog right here, a good one in terms of look, a good one in terms of angles to his front end, shape and muscle. He just runs out of foot and power in relation to some of the others within his class. Got to square him up just a touch from behind as well, but a good pig to round out the class.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 13. First place, Weston Lackey. Second place, Cambry Wilson. And third place, Cameron Clift. Class 14, last class of Hampshires. You are entering the ring. First call. First and second place Hampshires to the holding ring. First call. First and second place Hampshires to the holding ring.
Well, I believe this is the final class of the hams, and we laying on a pretty good one here to go ahead and win in the young ladies barrel here. To my right, a pig with a great head shape, an awesome look from the side, and when she gets him rolling right, everything blends so well from the profile. Now, as you watch him come, watch him go, I'd certainly like to open him up just a shade, and kind of the way his stifle and rear foot kind of hit the surface. Looks like he's going to be on the greener variety, and is only going to get better as he matures. At the same time, I'd just like to expand him just a touch, but that's a real good pig to win a good class here today. The hog that comes next here in second, I think as we talk second and third here, I thought the animal here in second just offered just a little bit more look ahead of his blade. An animal here that's got shape and muscle, stoutness and power. I'd like to make him go just a shot better out of his hip and hind leg, but I thought in relation to the animal in third, he did have a little bit longer rump. He did take a little bit of a longer step and had just a little neater look, and so we went ahead and used him over the hog here in three. Now, no doubt, hog in three, rib cage, body, power, all those things I love. I love the way he's shown. I love the way he's presented. A pig with a good kind of presence to him. His hips just a little too short. Got to make him go better off his rear too. Animal comes next here. I think as we get down the line, hogs that are just a little greener, a little rawer today, but I like this pig in terms of his skeleton, his design. He's just got to come with some power on down the line, just a little raw today. Young ladies barrel right here, another one that's good bodied, got some foot, got some feature. I like to change his head shape just a shade. I like to set him back in his blade just a touch as well. Young ladies barrel that rounds out the class. Good looking from the side, proportions well, opens up well in his chest, just a little too narrow as you get right in behind him.
Thank you, Judge. First and second place, Hampshires. Please make your way to the holding pens for the breed drive. Results of Class 14 Hampshires. First place, Landon Futrell. Second place, Braylon Creech. And third place, Mesa McDaniel. Class winners, please make your way to the ring. We're about to begin the Hampshire drive. First call, Class 15 lightweight Polands. First call, Class 15 lightweight Polands.
Well, it's been a fun show. It's been a tough show, and man, it's really challenges you as a judge to kind of line things up and put them together. You know, I think it's interesting out here because there's a lot of variety to work through. There's different shapes and kinds. You know, all of them have to do the right things going forward. I think that's something sometimes judges maybe forget, or maybe even feeders and breeders. There's a lot of time between now and then, and it's fun to show them now, but yet at the end of the day, it matters what they look like most at 280 pounds or whatever they decide to fit into a certain show frame. I think as we get them out here, there's different stretches to work through. There's different types and kinds, but yet there's one I'm just comfortable with. I'm comfortable with his skeleton. I'm comfortable with his look. I'm comfortable with his ability to still be wide, still be stout, still be powerful, have all those things in check. And yet, you know, I think in relation to maybe a couple of the others, maybe doesn't twist or turn quite as much as a few out here. And so that's kind of how I see them. I like to nitpick them all, and that's just part of judging livestock and raising livestock, is you want to see them better in different parts, different areas. But man, there's one out here, suits me good. I like him a good deal. Young man's Barrett right there is my champion. Congratulations. Well, we drop in that second, and I had a pretty good idea he was going to come back in and be right into the mix of things. You know, we've discussed him, and I talked about him where I'd maybe just particularly change that particular pig. I still think as we drop him back out here and compare him to some of the others that are in the mix, he maybe has the least amount of faults. And so that's kind of how we see things. That's how we mix things together. Certainly, like I said, like to change different parts and pieces, all of them. I think as you step back and just analyze them, the one that suits me next best is going to be that second. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results from the Hampshire Division. Champion Hampshire, Weston Lackey. Reserve Hampshire, Cambry Wilson. Class 15 Poland, you are entering the ring. First call, Class 16 heavyweight Poland's. First call, Class 16 heavyweight Poland's.
We're going to adjust your eyes just a little bit, going from those hams directly to the Polands, but yet I'm comfortable with my class winners, the young ladies right here to my left to go ahead and win. Proportion, balance, look, design, still muscularity up high. That's a good pig to go ahead and win. I think from here, between second and third, gets just a little bit more challenging. We got one that's got a little bit more width, a little bit more muscle, maybe just doesn't hold his spine quite as good. There's another one out here with maybe a little neater look and head shape, but just a little raw, maybe a little longer. And so give and take here to work through. I guess I like the width, muscle, and power of the young man's barrow. I'd go ahead and land second here today. Like I said, I need to bring his spine up just a touch, but that's being critical. I think a good pig to land in second. Young ladies hog here in third. Again, good looking, great design. A pig that maybe reads just a little bit longer in terms of his length, maybe not as good in the angle to his shoulder, maybe just not as fleshy today as well. Hog that comes next here in four, a barrow that I like in terms of his shape, his design, a good look ahead of his blade. He's a little straighter about his shoulder in relation to some of the others within this particular class, and ultimately that's why we went ahead and put him in four. Hog here in five, awesome skin and hair, good showmanship on this particular pig. This gilt's just a little too straight about her shoulder, a little too narrow in her chest floor to move up any higher.
Class 16, you are in the ring. Results from Class 15 Poland's. First place, Braylon Creech. Second place, Creed Spencer. And third place, Berkeley Mickey.
Only four Polands in this particular class. It lines up pretty easy for me. I'll start with a young man right over here in the pink shirt to go ahead and win. For me, this bear's just got the advantage in bone work. I like this guy in terms of his head shape, his squareness as he turns and goes. He's plenty raw today, and certainly we could lay his arm back in him just a touch. But, man, when he gets him propped up, gets him rolling, everything comes together. A good pig to go ahead and win. Young man's barrow here in second, one that's got the advantage in today in terms of just muscularity and rib cage, and I can certainly appreciate that about him. Yet at the same time, I read him to be just a little too frail in terms of his ankle, in terms of his forearm, but still a high-quality barrow to land in second. Hog that comes next here in three, a young man's got a barrow that I like in terms of just his ability to have balance from the profile. An animal for me that just runs out of width, runs out of dimension and power. Same can be said as we roll in here with the barrow that ends up in fourth. A hog that I like in terms of his symmetry from the side, just a little too straight, a little too frail to really compete today.
Thank you, Judge. Results from the heavyweight Poland's. Class winner, Canton Overstreet. Second place, Blake Williamson. And third place, Wesley Frizzell. Now showing for Champion in Reserve Poland. We have had Omnicrobe with David Bray donate jugs of his product for Champion in Reserve breeds. You've been receiving that today. If you have any questions about that, he does have a banner over here with his contact information. So we appreciate David Bray with Omnicrobe. First call, class 17 spots. First call, class 17 spots.
Well, we get iron for your champion Poland drive, and a good pair of them here to work through. I think one of them just kind of props himself up just a little bit better in the way he ties into his shoulder. Maybe reads just a little more Poland looking today. I like his shape. I like his muscularity and balance the best. Young ladies, lightweight's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Well, I don't think I'd ever call myself a Poland enthusiast, and so maybe I probably haven't spent enough time ringside watching Poland shows to really tell you which way this exactly needs to go. But I do know both of these are high quality Polands to work through. You know, they have their trade-offs today. You can see that both of them are very raw, very green. Man, I got different ideas and different ways to go about it. I guess when we get this heavyweight over here propped up with his head rolling, I think he comes together with just a shot more bone. I think he comes with a shot more look. I think his spine fits in him just a shot better. We're going to go ahead and use him for reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Class 17, you are entering the ring. Results from the Poland division. Champion Poland, Braylon Creech, and Reserve, Canton Overstreet. Class 17 spots, you are entering the ring. First call, class 18 spot. First call, class 18 spot.
Well, good class spots here in different ways we could go about it. I guess the pig that I was drawn to from the start is a young man's. He's going to win for me. That one brings the muscle and power to the table, yet he's the hog that's still comfortable. He's the hog that's still got heaviness of structure. I think a real good one to go ahead and win this particular class. Young Lady's Barrel that's going to work his way into second. Comfortable and square and sound. Like his look ahead of his blade a good deal. He opens up well in his chest. I'd like to give him just a shot more bone to really go ahead and win this drive. Young Lady's Hog that comes next here in 3, one that's got great skin and hair, a good proportionate look from the side. I'd like to see his head just get above his spine just a shot better to really go ahead and use him within this class. A hog that comes next here in 4, a hog that's got the muscle and the cuteness that I like, open up and through his chest floor, big in his rib, just gets a little too round as you get right in behind him. Young Lady's Barrel that comes next, one that's really good built, really good design. I guess as I get right in behind him today, we just need more muscle to compete in today's setting. I like his build, like his design long term. I just need to see more muscle today to compete at a jackpot show setting. Hog comes next here, a big rib, hog that's got some foot and some bone, just a little too plain in terms of his look. Got to be sounder out of his hip and his hind leg.
Thank you, Judge. Class 18, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 17 spots. First place, Hayes McMillan. Second place, Letty McNabb. And third place, Allison Rodriguez. Class 18, heavyweight spot shires, you are entering the ring.
Well, good class spots here to work through, and like I told you, I'm not an expert on spotted swine either. It kind of comes in the same mold as a Poland, but I will tell you, there's one out here that's hard to deny, and that's the young man there in the orange shirt. That one's going to win for me. Great looking, great design, really good out of his front end, big in terms of his rib, still flexible and comfortable on the go. You know, you get right in behind him, we can nitpick him, but man, that one's pretty good to go ahead and win this particular class. Gets challenging from here on out as we start to compare this pair of them here. One of them is maybe just a shot shorter body with a better head shape and a better front end. Other one out there is maybe a little heavier duty in terms of bone work and stoutness, maybe not quite as good in his jaw. So I guess that's how I see him, where I stand. I guess the animal I prefer is the young man here closest to me. He's going to go ahead and land in second. You know, I think we can give the advantage there in terms of bone and width to the young man there in third. Like I said, I need to change his head shape. I need to change the way he just kind of drives off his rear tooth just a shade as well. Good pair of them there in second and third. Hog that comes next here in fourth, an animal that I like in terms of just his natural comfort out here. He's a bear that has a good design from the side. For me, just need more width. We need more muscle to really compete with some of the others within this particular class. Young man that rounds out the class. Got a little bit more feature, got a little bit more dimension and power, just a little too straight-bladed to compete today.
Thank you, Judge. Results of Class 18 spots. First place, Sloan Sledge. Second place, Creed Spencer. And third place, Hayes McMillan. We are now showing for champion spot. Want to thank David Bray for donating the microbe supplement. If you have any questions, please contact David Bray. Appreciate him for doing that. First call, Class 19 Chesters. First call, Class 19 Chesters.
We get out here for your champion spotted drive and a good pair of them here to kind of work through. Again, there's one out here that just suits me a good deal. He's ready to roll today. His balance, proportion, look, all in check. Young man's barrel that heavyweight. He'll be your champion. Congratulations. We're dropping that second place barrel, and that's a real good pig. I like his design. I like his look. You know, we could give him just a little bit more width from behind. There's another one out here, suits me real good. Stoutness, power, with muscle. He's just a little younger today, but I think he's got a bright future like this little guy's pig. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results of the spot division champion spot, Sloan Sledge and reserve, Hayes McMillan. Class 19 Chesters, we are entering the ring. Planning for lunch break. At the conclusion of the Chesters, we will take about a 15-minute lunch break. At the conclusion of the Chesters, we will take about a 15-minute lunch break. When you get ready for lunch, out front there is a pizza, hamburgers, sausage wraps, and tacos. The concession stand from Hermely FFA also has beans and chili. I've also been told there is some ice cream out front for sale. So get you lunch and get you some ice cream.
We'll get our first class Chesters here to work through, and again, one of those breeds that I don't raise, and so maybe I don't pay as much attention to as I need to. But man, I feel like they're built a lot like landrace. If you make them proportional, make them sound and square, you can do a lot of things with them. I think there's one out here that suits me that way. That's the young man's barrel here closest to me. That bear is very comfortable. He's very square. He's true and honest as he comes and goes, yet very raw and green. I like his elevation. I like the way his shoulder fits into him just a shot better. I think that's a good pig. Go ahead and win. Young man's barrel here in second, no doubt brings just more feature, more power, more dimension to the table, and I can certainly appreciate all those things. Yet at the same time, I got to change the angle to his blade just a little bit if I'm going to use him to win. No doubt, bone, look, design, he can show a pig as well. Young man comes out next here in three. Same kind of story, fit from kind of cut from the same mold as the pig there ahead of him. Plenty of width, plenty of muscle and dimension and power. Again, got to be just a shot better there in his shoulder blade for me to move him a little bit higher. Hog that comes next here in four is the green, good-looking kind. Yet at the same time, I just don't see him balancing and fitting together quite as good in his shoulder. He's a little narrower coming and going. Young man's hog that comes next here, one that's got a good hip and hind leg, like his look from the side, like his shape up high, just a little too narrow as he comes right at you. Young man's hog that rounds out the class here, the gilt, a female with some bone, some feature, some muscle. Just got to make her better and angle to her shoulder and her blade, or just be more comfortable out of her front end.
Class 20 Chesters. Make your way to the ring. Class 20 Chesters. Results from Class 19 Chesters. Class winner, Mason Sawatsky. Second place, Jagger Collier. And third place, Tucker Stork.
We'll get in this class of Chesters here in a pretty easy place to start. So young man's barrow here closest to me, a barrow that's comfortable. He's ready to go today. He's got muscle, width, dimension, still a good look ahead of his blade. Good pig to go ahead and win this particular class. Young man's barrow here in second. One that I like in terms of his comfort level out here. I love him in terms of his balance. I like the fact that he's able to drive and flex off his rear two and yet maintain stature and security up front in the way that he ties his front arm into his shoulder blade there. I think it's just a comfortable, complete pig. I'd like to see just a little bit more width, a little bit more muscle to go ahead and get real excited about him. Young man's hog that comes next here in three. An interesting one because he's got the muscle, he's got the width and dimension, a very powerful kind of pig with a good kind of look from the side. You know, for me, we got to bring him up on his front pastern. Obviously, they know that. They've got his claws cut off there. A pig that, for me as well, maybe just needs to fit just a little better from a breed character standpoint, but still a lot of shape, a lot of width, a lot of power to go ahead and land third in this class. Hog that comes next here in four, an interesting one in terms of heaviness of structure. I like this guy in terms of his look from the side. We just got to make him more athletic out of his shoulder blade in order to get up any higher within this class. Hog that comes next in five, a pig that's got some unique pieces in terms of shape and muscularity, really good out of his hip and his hind leg. We just kind of got to redesign his shoulder blade to allow him to move up any higher. Young lady's hog comes next here, and again, a really good look from the profile. He's sound on the go. I like those things about him. You watch him come right at you. He's just too narrow to get up any higher. The animal that rounds out the class here, good body shape, sound on the go. Just got to make him neater looking to compete in a show ring setting.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 20. Class winner, Crusher Clift. Second place, Daxton Mickey. And third place, Barrett McDaniel. We are showing for Champion and Reserve Chester.
We get down here for your Chester selection, and we've got a good pair of them out here that are maybe on different stages of maturities. I think there's one of them that's just ready to go today, and that's why he's going to win. Young man's heavyweight's going to be your champion. Congratulations. A little more give and take as we drop in that second place hoggy, and I think as you step right in behind them and just studied squareness and trueness, one of them has just a little bit of an advantage today. I really like his proportions. I really like his balance, and just one that is very, very comfortable, very, very flexible. I like this young man's lightweight to be reserved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Results from the Chester Division. Champion Chester, Crusher Clift, and Reserve, Mason Sawatsky. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We will do first call at 12:05. We'll do first call for Class 21 at 12:05. We're going to do first call here in about 5 minutes. Do first call in about 5 minutes for Class 21. First call, Class 21 Yorkshires. First call, Class 21 Yorkshires. Second call, Class 21 Yorkshires. Second call, Class 21 Yorkshires. First call, Class 22 Yorkshires. First call, Class 22 Yorkshires.
Well, good class of Yorks after a lunch break here. Into pretty logical class winners. The young ladies bear there on the far side. Kind of just puts it all together with an incredible kind of head and neck. I love the just stoutness to his jaw, the stoutness to his nose. Still sound and square, comfortable. Just a really good pig that go ahead and win this class. I thought the decision was between second and third. I like the extra muscle. I like the extra power this barrel brings to the table. He's still wide, he's still square and powerful. As you get right in behind him, he's comfortable on the go. Up front, he wants to twist out just a little bit more than I'd like to see, and that's what makes it a little bit more of a decision there between second and third. But ultimately, I thought he was square enough and had the advantage in bone work and muscularity to go ahead and land in second. Hog comes next in three. Really good built, really good design. I like his comfort level. I like his look ahead of his blade. An animal that can really get out and go. For me, as you watch him come right at you, wants to close up in his chest just a touch, and then at the same time, I just didn't read him with just enough bone to go ahead and beat the bear that's maybe just a little bit more ready ahead of him there in second. The hog that comes next here in four, one that's very heavy duty, very, very stout. I can appreciate his ability to get out and go and maintain squareness. I like his rib cage and the power that he has to the center part of his body. For me, he's just a little bit plainer in terms of his look ahead of his blade. Animal that comes next here, another one that's good looking, hog that I like in terms of his immaturity today. For me, he gets a little bit wider in his shoulder, maybe not quite as secure from behind, a little bit longer body. That's being very critical of a very nice pig to land where he does. Young man's bear that rounds out the class. I like this pig. I think he's correct. I think he's complete. I think he's balanced. He's just very skinny today, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want to compete in a jackpot setting here today, he just doesn't have enough to get over some of the hogs above him within this particular class. Don't give up on him. It's a good pig, just a little green today.
Thank you, Judge. Class 22 is entering the ring. Results from Class 21 Yorkshires. First place, Cambry Wilson. Second place, Leighton Fernandez. And third place, Tucker Stork. Class 22 entering the ring.
Well, good class of Yorks here to work through. I start with a young lady right here, kind of coming across to go ahead and win this particular class. I like this bear's build. I like his balance a great deal. He's a heavy structured animal that still reads attractive in terms of his look, yet very immature in terms of his kind. I think just a real nice pig to go ahead and win. Young lady's bear here in second's got a little more flesh, got a little bit more power to him, and I certainly can identify with that. I certainly like that about him. Yet at the same time, he just gives up too much in terms of bone work to really get up any higher. Animal that comes next in three, real neat looking, real good design. I like this pig in terms of her bone work, like her in terms of her head, just a little too narrow chested to get up any higher. Hog that comes next here in four, a hog that I like in terms of this one's shape. I like his skull a good deal. I didn't maybe breed him quite as secure. Off his rear too is what he needs to be. Animal in five, really heavy duty, real stout. Got a neat kind of head, and I love the back shape and bone work in him up front. We just got to make him better in terms of his structural integrity, especially got to bring him up on his pasterns and just square him up just a shade. Good out here for your champion Yorkshire Drive, and I think a very good pair that resemble each other a great deal. They're both elevated barrows with a great kind of look, great kind of design. You know, I trust one of them just a little bit better long term on their front feet. I think he ties together a lot of really good things. I like his immaturity a great deal. I think a very good pig. And Lee's York right here is your champion. Congratulations. I definitely think there's some trade-offs here between this pair, and they're at different stages of their maturity, and that's perfectly fine. You know, you could argue either way here and truly justify it. I guess as I step back and analyze them, there's a pig that just suits me in terms of his kind. I think he's just a notch more genuine as he drives right at you. You know, I'm not going to tell you that I just think he's perfect on his front foot, and certainly that's where I'd like to fix him. But when she gets him propped up, everything comes together. He gets me excited. I like this other one right here to my left to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
First call, class 23, light crosses. Please make your way to the ring. Results for class 22 Yorkshires. Class winner, Oakley Torres. Second place was Ellis Williamson, and third place was London Futrell. Results for the champion Yorkshire. Champion Yorkshire was Cambry Wilson, and reserve was Oakley Torres. Class 23, you're making your way to the ring. First call, class 24, light cross. First call, class 24, light cross.
Well, real good pair of them here on the top end, and a good class here to work through. I like both these a good deal, but I do think the young man's guild has the advantage here today. I think as you watch them come, watch them go. She's got the advantage in width and power, really good through her center part of her body and her rib cage. She's still high-headed and attractive, still sound on the go. You know, we could lengthen her rump just a shade. That's been awfully critical. That's a very good pig young man's got. Does a tremendous job driving her. Young man's barrow here, or the blue-belted barrow here in second. From the side is deadly. I love his look. I love his feature, his immaturity. I think it is very, very good. You know, a pig that I like a good deal in terms of just his natural body shape that he has. You know, for me, I'd like to maybe just crack him open. Just a shot coming right at you, and at the same time, he's just a little more immature than the young man's guilt here, but that's a high-quality pig to land second. Young man's hog that comes next here in three. Probably time to go ahead and get this guy cut because he's wanting to run it out, and I kind of think it affects his step from behind just a little bit as well. But he's a round-bodied pig. I think he's very agile out of his front end. I still think he's got a good look to him. You know, maybe he just gets a little uncoordinated at times out of his hip and his hind leg. I didn't read him just quite as stout in his rear ankle as that animal that ends up in second. High-quality pig out of land in third. The animal comes next here in fourth. Young man's got a nice pig in terms of look and design from the profile. Barrow that I like in terms of his head shape. Better than I like in terms of his immaturity today. You watch him come right at you. We got to open him up in his chest. We got to get him skin and hair dialed in just a shot better as well to really compete today. Hog right here, another one that's good in terms of his immaturity, good in terms of his look, just a little too hungry looking out here today to really compete with some of the others. I think you get him home, get him filled up, give him some time to collect himself. He could certainly compete with the others. Just today, a little too wrung out to really compete. Young man's big right here, good design, pig that's still square, just a little too straight off both ends of his body to compete with the hogs above him.
Results from Class 23, class winner Benson Schaefer. Second place, Jackson Kane. And third place, Tucker Stork. Class 24, you are entering the ring. First call, class 25, dark cross. First call, class 25, dark cross.
Well, good class blues here in several different ways you could go about this and justify it. I'll start with the young ladies, Barrow, to go ahead and win. And for me, it's just about width and feature. I think he's got the advantage, and as he comes and goes, I love the stoutness to his head. I like the look that he has in front of his blade. Still got great shape and power up high. Good kind of a pig. I like the length of his rump just a shade, but that's being awfully critical. Young man's Barrow right here in second from the profile. Absolutely deadly. I love his design. I love his look. Really got a great kind of proportion from the side. You get in front of him, get in front, and get him behind him. He just disappoints you just a little bit more than what we need to see to win the class. But man, if he keeps coming with some power, watch out, because there's a lot of good in that particular barrel. The hoe that comes next in three, initially out of the gate, I thought this would be my class winner because he's high-headed, he's great-headed, he's big-chested, got a ditch in his back, and just really powerful and attractive from the side. The longer you watch him go, he's just not quite comfortable enough out of his rear ankle to get up any higher than third here today. That's a high-quality pig to land where he does. Animal that comes next here in fourth, Vera I like because he's opened up in his chest. He's sound, he's comfortable, he's flexible on the go. He, again, is one that's got some shape and muscle as you get right on top of him. For me, he's just a little softer on his front foot. He's not nearly as stout in terms of his head. He's a barrow that's maybe just a little bit longer, a little lower set the point of his blade. I just need him to proportion just a shot better from the side. High quality barrow to land in fourth. Animal comes next here in five. An interesting one because initially at the gate he's a hairy pig that just doesn't read with quite as neat of a look ahead of his blade. But then you start to study him, and this one's got some natural shape, some natural power laid into him, and certainly I can identify with that. Yet at the same time, again, just not nearly neat enough looking ahead of his blade to compete with those top four in a very tough class. Young man's barrow right here, another one with some design, some look, just a little greener body in relation to some of the others within this class. Just needs some time on feed to bulk up, get stout enough to compete.
Thank you, Judge. Class 24 results. First place, Tatum Beck Price. Second place, Jake Smart. And third place, Blake Williamson. We are now showing for Champion Reserve Light Cross. Second call, class 25, dark cross. Second call, class 25, dark cross.
We'll get down here for your champion line cross selection, and I think a good pair of them. One of them just hit me hard right out the gate, and when this one gets propped up, gets rolling, everything just fits together. I like the little guys. He's going to be your champion. Congratulations. Well, definitely a little bit more give and take here between this pair, and there are different stages of their maturity. There are different stages in their life, and that's perfectly okay. But it certainly makes it harder on the judge when you kind of got to come to a conclusion here and make a decision. You know, I think both of them have a great deal of quality to them. It's just a matter of picking where you want to fit and what you like. You know, I think as you step back and study them, one of them's got just an advantage in terms of a length of hip. I think their spine fits in them just a little bit better. The other one's got the advantages in just in terms of width and feature and muscularity today. And so, again, give and take. I'm the judge. I got to pick one. I guess the animal that I prefer is the young man's blue belted one. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Results from the light cross division. Champion light cross, Benson Schaefer. Reserve light cross, Jackson Kane. Final call, class 25, dark cross. You are entering the ring. As we are beginning our last breed today, if you will look around the ring and up on the wall of all of our sponsors that help put this on, if you know those guys or you see those around, please thank them for their support for Scurry County Livestock. It takes a lot of time and effort to put that on, so we appreciate our sponsors. First call, class 26, dark cross. First call, class 26, dark cross.
Well, we'd get into the darks here, and certainly got some size, different sizes here to kind of dig through and work through, and it makes it just a little bit more of a challenge from a judge's perspective. And I think I think the important thing here to note is that. Genetics and environment are going to play the biggest factor from here on out, especially within this particular class, because they're so small that you just really don't know yet. But we get out here, and I like these three, good deal. I would take any of these three any day. The pig that I like best to start with is going to be the young man there in the red going to my left. I think just a really correct, really complete kind of a pig. He's got bone, he's got look, he looks like he can get big. He's going to keep coming with some power, some width as he matures. Just a real complete, solid pig to go ahead and win. I think from there it becomes a little bit more of a challenge, and I guess the animal that I prefer is the young man's pig here closest to me to go ahead and land in second. Real neat headed, real neat designed, a pig with some width, some power, but yet still very comfortable on the move. Good pig to go ahead, land in second. Hog here in three, the interesting one for me, because when this guy kind of drives for the young man, everything really comes together for him. There's times where he can read just a little too straight in his shoulder, when he drops his head and just lets him relax just a little bit more. I think he goes just a lot better. But he's heavy duty, he's square, he's stout, he's a good kind of a pig. Just needs some time in the ring to really get comfortable. Young man's hog that comes next in four, sound on the go, got some bone, got some look. I like to change his head shape just a touch, like to lengthen his rump just a shade, but it's still a high quality pig to land in four. Young lady's bear comes next here in five, and no doubt the stoutest, widest one within this particular class, and I like those things. I like his bone work, I like his dimension. For me, he's just a little too quick off either end. We got to lengthen his rump, lengthen his neck, and just make him a little later maturing for my speed. Young lady's calico comes next here, and again, good-headed pig with some bone, some dimension. Just got to smooth him up and kind of allow things to tie together just a little bit better, especially as he kind of comes right at you there. But a pig that I like a good deal, he just got to allow things to fit naturally as he matures. The hog right here that comes next, another one with some bone, some muscularity up high. Just need them to balance better from the profile. Animal that rounds out the class. A good looking one, just need a lot more width to really compete today. But again, another pig that's very green today. Just give him some time, and he should mature in the right direction for you.
Final call, Class 26, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 25. First place, Allin Pearson. Second place, Mason Sawatsky. And third place, Paxton McDaniel. 26, you are entering the ring. First call, Class 27, Dark Cross. First call, Class 27, Dark Cross.
Well, very good pair of them here in this particular class. And I start with the young ladies barrel here, closest to me to go ahead and win. And that one suits me real well. I love the stoutness to his head. I love his chest width. Very, very comfortable on the go. Still heavy duty. Still really, really neat in terms of his look. Really good pig to go ahead and win. Young ladies barrel here in second. Again, extra heavy structure. Love the roundness to his body, the power that he possesses. He's still neat looking. He's still good in terms of his design. I don't see him just quite as comfortable in his ankle today, but I think long term that pick could really come together and be something special for the young lady. Just needs some time to really kind of collect himself and come together. Hog that comes next here in three, a black one that I like in terms of his build, in terms of his design. That view coming right at you is very pretty. Love the chest war that he has. Love the drive out of his hip and his hind leg, the immaturity to his skeleton. For me, we got to just stouten him up in terms of his jawline if he's going to compete with those top two. Past that, very good pig to land in third. Hog that comes next right here in fourth, a barrow that I like in terms of his build, like him in terms of his design. He's got a big form, really good through the center part of his rib and his body. For me, he wants to sit just a little forward in his blade. I need to change his head shape, his neck shape just a touch, and I'd highly recommend getting that dew claw removed. A hog that comes here, another one that's green and raw, but yet still square and powerful up high. We just got to relax him in his blade. We got to relax him in his rear ankle. Just give him a little more flesh and body to really compete. Hog right here, a young lady's got a real complete, correct one. Good design, complete in terms of his feet and legs, complete in terms of his balance. Just a little green, a little skinny yet to compete with some of the more powerful animals within this class. Young man's barrel right here has got dimension. He's got power. You know, he just doesn't want to be in the ring today, and unfortunately that's kind of hurting him. I need to make him just a little prettier. I need to make him a little more comfortable out of his front end. Young lady's barrel right here that rounds out the class. Good looking from the side. She does a great job driving this particular pig. He gets a little wide from behind. I need to stouten his head up just a shade as well. But she did a great job showing this particular pig high quality animal to round out the class.
Class 27, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 26. Class winner, Brindley Wilson. Second place, Addie Pugh. And third place, Paisley T. Briley Wade, we need you for class 27. Briley Wade, need you in the holding bench for class 27. Your class has started. First call, class 28, Dark Cross. First call, class 28, Dark Cross.
One awesome class and an awesome top three here to work through. It's a blessing because I've judged a lot of shows where I didn't see one pig as good as what my third place pig is, and so it makes it a sure challenge to kind of dig through these and pick through these. Yet there's one out here that kind of commands your attention. He kind of hit me hard right from the start. I like this bear right here in front of me to go ahead and win. That is one wild-looking animal from the side. He is jet level on his back. He's got a neat head, skull, and you know what? That one still comes with plenty of punch coming and going. Good pig, go ahead and win. Hog that comes next here in second's the interesting one because obviously he's still intact. Obviously he's not maybe presented to the highest degree as what the first and third place pigs are, and so kind of reading through that, you study this animal. He is square, he is genuine, he's true, he's big in his rib, he's comfortable in his step. I don't read him quite as neat through his throat line. I don't read him quite as neat just in terms of his look or his muscularity today, but man, that's an awfully nice pig that you should be very proud of. I think could get real good there in the future. Hog that comes next in three from the side, very deadly. Love the size to his legs, love his look and extension ahead of his blade, very comfortable out of his shoulder and out of his front end. From behind, we got to change him just a bit. Gets a little wide in his hock, a little flat in his stifle, and ultimately that's what allowed me to go ahead and put him in third. The hog that comes next here in fourth, a bear I really like, and no doubt he's very green, especially as we compare him to those top three there. But man, his build, his design, his look, all very much in check. And when she gets him shown, gets him going right, that pig really comes together extremely well. He just needs time to flesh. He needs time in the ring to kind of slow down and catch a step. It's going to be a high-quality pig for the young lady on down the road. Young man's barrow right here. Good looking, really complete and correct from the side. Barrow I like as he kind of get right on top of him in terms of his spread and shape. You're right in behind him. He's just a little too narrow as he turns and steps. Young lady's hog that comes next here. Another one that's real neat from the side. Love the stoutness to his head. I like the size to his form. Got a big rear leg. You get right in behind him. We maybe just need a little bit more shape. I like to relax the spine just a touch as well. That's a high-quality pig to land where he does. Young man's hog comes right here and very, very opened up through his chest floor. Really neat in terms of his head. You get right in behind him. He's just got to be a lot sounder today to compete with some of the others within a tough class. Young lady's barrow right here. Another high-quality barrow in terms of look and design. I need to fix his head shape just a touch. I need to make him more secure up front, elevate him at the point of his blade. Animal that comes next here that rounds out the class, another one that has some shape, has some look, just a little too round from behind to really compete today.
Class 28, you are entering the ring. Results from Class 27. First place, Cameron Clift. Second place, Briley Wade. And third place, Cambry Wilson. First call, class 29, Dark Cross. First call, class 29, Dark Cross.
Well, good pair of gilts here on the top end that we land on. And I start with the young ladies' gilt here going to my right in the lead there to go ahead and win. I think it's just a very comfortable animal with a good kind of look, a good kind of presence. She's got some forearm, got some width, got some feature, still very comfortable and flexible on the go. Just a real nice animal. I'll go ahead and start. The hog here in second might offer just a little neater look, maybe a little bit more width as she comes right at you. I like the shape up high, I like the roundness to her body. Yet at the same time, I didn't read her quite as comfortable out of her hip and her hind leg. Hog that comes next here in three, an animal that just kind of grew on me the longer we were out here. I like this bear's build. I like his design. Very, very symmetrical and proportional from the profile. He's just real raw. He's just real green today. And like I said, I think 100 times now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. When you can be that comfortable, you can have that kind of proportion, you only get better from here on out. And so I think a high-quality pig just didn't have quite the extremes today to compete with those top two. Young ladies hog that comes next and fourth, square, sound, and powerful. Like those things about them. A little longer bodied, a little lower set. Maybe just doesn't proportion quite as well from the side. Animal right here, another one that's good looking, complete, correct in terms of that one's proportions from the profile. Gets a little bit wider from behind. It's a little bit shorter in terms of his hip, but a nice pig in terms of balance, rib cage, and body. Another powerful one. Love the foot, love the bone. Muscularity is all very good there. This bear is just a little too long-bodied, a little too low set. We just got to allow him to proportion a lot better from the side. You watch him drive right at you. We got to open him up through his knee and his chest just a shade, but a lot of big pieces in that particular bear. Just needs to tie together a lot better. Young man's bear right here, neat looking from the side. Got to be a little better from a structure standpoint off both ends, but got some big league pieces in terms of bone work and look. Young lady's black pig that rounds out the class. Extremely heavy structured, good skin and hair. She does a great job showing him. He's just too straight to get up any higher within this drive.
Class 29, you are entering the ring. Results from class 28. First place, Riley McDaniel. Second place, Maddie Bunkskimper. And third place, Scarlett Futrell. First call, class 30, dark crosses. First call, class 30, dark crosses.
Well, real good pair of them here on the top end to land on, and yet one of them just got that much neater of a look ahead of their blade. I still think they rival the other pig in terms of width and stoutness. I like this young lady's barrow here going to my right to go ahead and win. That pig is extremely impressive on the top side of his skeleton. Very, very neat in terms of his look. Sound on the go. You know, the only thing we can maybe fault him on is I'd like to make him just a little bit tougher in terms of his bone work. I think he's adequate to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady's red belt or kind of sandy colored pig here in second. Extremely heavy duty. I like the bone work. I like the stoutness with power coming and going real good there. This pig's just got to get his head above his spine at just a little easier rate for me to feel comfortable with using them though to win this particular class. But man, that kind of feature, that kind of width, all of what a pig that I really like. Young lady's hog that comes next here in 3. You get close to this guy, you like a lot of things about him. He's opened up in his chest. He's shapely up high. He's round about his body. You step off to the side of him. I need to clean up his crest just a shade. I need to make his jawbone just a notch stouter. And then from behind, he wants to get just a little narrower in relation to the other 2 pigs. That's being awfully critical. That's a high-quality pig. I'd land in 3rd. Animal here in 4th, off from the side. Real neat. I like this guy's design. I like his flexibility. He's able to really get out and drive out of his hip and his hind leg. Wants to close up in his knee just ever so slightly. Ultimately, that's why we land him in 4th. Hog here in 5, bigger frame, kind of a barrow. It's going to be a good heavyweight someday as long as he's able to flesh up and maintain some stoutness. Young lady did a great job driving him. I need to just make him just a little bit bolder, a little bit wider today to compete within this setting. Young lady's hog that comes next here, a pig that I can identify with because he's a heavy structured animal. He's a barrow that can flex and bend out of his hip and his hind leg. Today he's got some shape and muscle up high. I like the broadness to his pin set. He's a little plainer in terms of his look ahead of his blade. And when this young lady gets him going though and props his head up, things really align a lot better. But there's times I just read him just a little too low headed, just a little too plain in terms of his look within this particular class. High quality barrow here, big barrow that's got some squareness, got some rib cage, just a little too plain. Just need a little bit more power as he drives right at you to compete within a very tough class.
Oakley Torres, class 30. We are waiting on you to begin your class. Results from class 29. Class winner, Mason Saldana. Second place, Mesa McDaniel. And third place, Bellamy Sasson. Class 30, you are entering the ring. Dark Cross, class 30. First call, class 31, dark cross. First call, class 31, dark cross.
Well, they just keep coming. And a young man right over here to my left got my class winner. And there was never not a time I wasn't going to use this barrow to win. He's very comfortable on the go. Got a real wild look ahead of his blade. He's opened up. Still got some length of rump, length of step. Those things that maybe we don't talk about quite enough. But yet this barrow still proportions well and just really fits together extremely well. Good kind of a pig. Go ahead and win. Young lady's gilt right here to my right. Complete, correct, a really good design, kind of a female, flexible on the go, still got some rib cage, got some body to her. You know, we can nitpick her here or there in terms of her throat or where she stands from behind. That's a high quality gilt. I think she's only going to get better as she matures. Young man's gilt that comes next here in 3, another female I like in terms of her look, her design, extremely well. Really a sharp looking one from the side that's still flexible, still comfortable, still got some feature to her. You know, she wants close up in her chest ever so slightly, and I read her maybe just quite as stout there in her jawbone as some of the others within this drive. That's being awfully critical. High quality animal. It's a very good gilt to land in 3rd. Young lady's a barrow there in 4th, a pig that just kept working up for me because he's so complete. He's so correct. He's good about his body, good about his look, good about his head. Just ran out of some bone, ran out of some width as we relayed him back to those top 3. Hog right here, it comes next in 4th. Got some width, got some power and some dimension. Read him just a little lower set at the point of his shoulder, maybe not quite as stout in his jawbone, but man, that's a powerful animal as he turns and leaves you. Very good pig out of land where he does. Young man's a hog that comes next again, another one with a good head. Good kind of proportion to look from the side. He's just a little too forward in his shoulder blade. Wants to compensate up front just a shade. That's a nice pig to land where he does. Young man's hog right here. Another one with some athleticism, some width and muscle. Obviously, we got a little bit of a tail issue there. Ran out a little bit of bone as well.
Results from Class 30, dark crosses. First place, Leighton Fernandez. Second place, Maddie Bunkskimper. And third place, John Wayne McNabb. Class 31, you are entering the ring. First call, class 32, Dark Cross. First call, class 32, Dark Cross.
Awesome pair of them here on the top end, but no doubt there's one out here that just suits me. Young man's bear right here is going to win, wins pretty comfortably. A very good pig to go ahead and go and win this class. Young man's bear right here in second, no slouch at all, and honestly, I thought it maybe be a little closer because this pig brings plenty of punch, plenty of power to the table. I left him drive out here because I was hoping he'd just loosen up just a little bit more, and I do think he does. The longer the drive wears on. He is wide-chested. He is great body, great looking. I just need him to go just a shot more comfortably out of his hip and his hind leg. Very good pig, though, out of land in second. Hog that comes next here in three. Big-chested, big-formed. Love the foot feature, flexibility of this particular bear. Still good-looking. You know, he looks like he needs to be in a couple classes lower just based on his frame size. You look past that, study him, his squareness, his power, everything all in check. I think it is very good. Maybe need to take just a little cover off that guy. Keep him just a little bit more raw, allow his cheek to just kind of settle into him. Young man's a black bear here, can get out and roll. Got a great shape up high, very, very flexible out of his hip and his hind leg. Maybe wants to close in his form just a touch. A pig, though, that I like a great deal in terms of his athleticism, his muscularity, his look ahead of his blade. Young man's bear that comes next, got a great head shape to him, a big form. I like this guy in terms of just his overall presence from the profile. You get right behind him, he's just a little narrower today. I think long term, though, you push on that guy, everything looks like it can stay together. Young lady's bear that comes next here, another one with a good hip and hind leg. Great look and presence from the profile. Love the way his spine fits into his body. Love the way his tail kind of fits right there onto his hip up front. Just a little too soft-footed today. Not quite as coordinated and as comfortable in his stature to his shoulder. Young lady's boar pig right here. You got some feature, got some muscle. The more I study his structure, the more that I just kind of went ahead and put him in a pin. We got to bring his hock back inside of his body. Got to lengthen his rump. Allow his shoulder blade to fit into him just a little bit smoother. Young lady's pig that rounds out the class. Good looking, tall shouldered one, a pig that I like in terms of his muscularity up high. Just got to make him more comfortable out of his hip and his hind leg, give him a little bit more width, get a little more flesh and bone to compete today.
Results from class 31, Dark Cross. First place, Weston Lackey. Second place, Grant Schilling. And third place, Riley McDaniel. Currently showing class 32, Dark Cross. First call, class 33, Dark Cross. The class we've been waiting on. First call, class 33, Dark Cross.
Well, good class and a good pair here to work through. I start with the young ladies, kind of a weird colored one here to go ahead and win. And you watch that guy drive right at you. He can get you excited. Love the forearm, love the head shape in that particular barrel. Really neat. And the way his head neck tie out of his shoulder is so comfortable in terms of his balance from the side. Still brings plenty of punch to the table. Every now and then, get a little uncoordinated from behind, and I think that'll come with just a time in the show ring and time with this young lady on the stick. But I think a very good pig ought to go ahead and win. Young lady's barrel here in second. No doubt real neat looking from the side. Got a big fat hind leg that can bend and flex. Body shape, everything there real in check. Up front, his pattern's got to be better. He's got to be truer and squarer coming right at you. I like the stout in his head, just a shade as well. Hog that comes next here in third. A pig that kind of grew on me the longer he was out here from the side. Really like a lot of things about him. Heavy structured, good looking, very comfortable on the move. He get in front of him, getting behind him. He's a little dirty jointed. He's a little wide in terms of the way his forearm ties into his shoulder there, but it's still a nice pig to land in third. Hog that comes next here in four. Heavy muscled kind of a barrel that's very fresh, very good in terms of his balance and proportion. Sound on the go. I just need to be a lot heavier structured to compete today. Hog that comes next, real neat looking from the side, a barrel that's got a good front end on him, like his head, like his shoulder blade, a barrel that proportions well from the side. Got to take a little gut out of him, allow his hind leg to kind of just fit into him just a shot better, but I think a barrel with a bright future ahead of him. The hog that comes next here, good headed, very good skin and hair, like the front end on this particular barrel. He's got to be able to flex and bend better out of his ankle and his rear pasture. And the hog that comes next right here, a young man's got a nice pig in terms of skin and hair, body shape, muscularity is all very good. It's a little too low set at the point of his shoulder blade. Need to lengthen his rump just a shade as well. Young lady's kind of a sandy colored one here, a pig with a good look, a good design. You know, obviously we got to allow that hair to kind of grow back on his top line to allow him to blend, balance it and blend just a shot better. I think he reads just a little harsh out here without all that hair on him, but man, a pig with some width, some dimension. I got to square him up front just a touch. Nice pig to round out the class.
Class 33, the final Dark Cross class of the day. You are entering the ring. Results from class 32. First place, Ellis Williamson. Second place, Cameron Clift. And third place, Lane Stedgy. First call, first and second place, dark crosses to the holding pins. First and second place, dark crosses to the holding pins.
Well, real good pick here to wins. Young man's barrow here to my right. A barrow that really opens up well. And, he's at the signs where you really know what he's going to be. And that's a really complete, correct pig with plenty of extras that he brings to the table. There's times where you can kind of let him slow up and you think he's just a little hesitant out of his rear leg. When he gets him trotting, gets him going, that bends and flexes real well. I like that pig a good deal. Be interesting to see how he kind of sizes up with some of the smaller ones. Hog here in second. Real correct, real complete. Good pig right here as you kind of study through some of the skin and hair things there. But pig that's got width. He's got dimension and muscle. Really sound on the go. Still got a good look ahead of his blade. Maybe just not quite as opened up there through his chest as what our class winner is. It's being critical. That's a nice pig. I'll go ahead, land in second. The hog that comes next here in three. Neat-headed, a big cage, a very flexible, comfortable rear leg laid into this particular barrow. I like his look from the side. You get him behind him, he still maybe hasn't quite healed there from a castration, and just doesn't have the muscularity there on the from in the seat of his pants to really compete with those top two. That's a high quality barrow. I had to land in third. Hog here in fourth, got muscle, got width and flexibility. He just doesn't have the stature there to his shoulder. He doesn't have the look ahead of his blade to compete with those top three. Still a good pig to land in fourth. Hog that comes next here in fifth. Young lady's got a barrow with plenty of shape, plenty of muscle up high. Like those things about him. He's a little softer footed. He's not nearly as neat in terms of his look or his elevation, but still a really nice pig. To land where he does. Young man Skilt right here, heavy structured, good looking ahead of her blade, just a little too short out of her hip, just not quite comfortable enough out of her hip and hind leg. Young lady's pig comes next here, plenty of muscle, plenty of width. We just got to allow things to blend and balance just a little bit smoother on that particular barrow to get up any higher. Pig that rounds out the class, another one with some body shape, some width and power, just need to change his head shape in order to compete today.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 33. Class winner, Grant Schilling. Second place, Addie Pugh. And third place, Briley Wade. First and second place, dark crosses. You should be in the holding pen for the breed drive. As we are waiting for the Champion Reserve Dark Cross, I want to thank David Bray with Omnicrobe for donating samples for breed and reserve breeds for today. If you have any questions, please see him. He'd be happy to talk to you about that. as our judge is deciding on champion dark cross. We'd like to thank our judge, David Korb, from coming down from Ohio to sort through our livestock today. So let's put our hands together for our judge today.
Well, it's been an awesome dark cross show, and no doubt there's breed winners, there's major winners, and definitely class winners here in the ring, and that we've had throughout these classes today. And that's what makes it fun for me, is to see quality livestock like this. It makes you really want to reevaluate the things you're doing at home. I can tell you that. There's one out here though that suits me. I think he's lights out good. I thought it was always an easy decision to use him to go ahead and win this breed. I spent a little more time trying to figure out what I was going to do for reserve. My champion today, I think a special pig. Young man's right here. Congratulations. Well, it doesn't get any easier as we drop in that second place piggy, and to be real honest with you, he looks a lot better now than he did in class. And we drop him back down, and he's moving way better, and so that's why it becomes just a little bit closer for me. I think it comes down to that second place pig and this young lady's barrel right here in front of me. I'm just going to compare them real quick, and then we'll pick one because I think it's close. We'll start with that second. We talked about he's got to go just a shot better out of his hip and his hind leg, but man, his rib cage, his look, his chest width, form, feature, balance, design, all really, really, really good. I like a lot of things about that particular pig. I think in comparison to this other pig, he's maybe not quite as neat in terms of his look, not maybe quite as neat in terms of his head. This bear right here, awesome in terms of his presence, awesome in terms of his look. He's heavy duty, he's wide armed, he's stout armed, really, really got a neat head on him. Obviously, he's not as far along today in terms of body shape. He's not as far along today in terms of muscularity. Step back, analyze him. He's the sounder option. I like him next best. He's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
We're going to take about a 10-minute break before we bring back our breed champions. Give us a little bit of time to get the neon signs down. We'll take about a 10-minute break. We'll make first call here in a minute. Canton Overstreet, will you please come to the announcer stand? Canton Overstreet, please come to the announcer stand. First call, breed and reserve breed champions. First call, breed and reserve breed champions. Remember, we are going to place 1 through 5, top 5. They will all receive a neon sign that's been hanging up. There has been a note from the show management that once we are complete, please load your things and you don't have to go home, but you cannot stay here. So when this is done, please load your things and then go to dinner so they can get this cleaned up and turned over for the next thing. Second call, breed champions and reserves. Please make your way to the ring. Reserve breeds, you will be in the holding pins how we enter the ring. We are ready for the grand drive. Champion AOB, Creed Spencer. Champion Berkshire, Crusher Clift. Champion Durock, Brenley Wilson. Champion Hampshire, Weston Lackey. Champion Poland, Braylon Creech. Champion spot, Sloan Stege. Stedgy, sorry. Champion Chester, Crusher Clift. Champion Yorkshire, Cambry Wilson. Champion Light Cross, Vincent Schaefer, cutest kid in the building. And Lauren will argue with you if you have a different decision. And Champion Dark Cross, Weston Lackey. That is all of your breed champions. While the judge is deciding and sorting through these, let's please put our hands together for everybody who put on this show over the last 2 days. It takes a lot of work to put that on, and if you see those guys, tell them thank you and we appreciate it. That's the only pay that they are going to get.
Well, I won't drag this out. It's going to be a little bit of a decision here after we pick this champion on kind of how we want to line out that reserve all the way through fifth. I've seen so many good animals today, and I truly mean that. It's been one of the better shows that I've ever had the chance to judge. I made it tough on a guy because it's hard when there's not just a bad pig in the pen that you can just go ahead and throw last and kind of roll on from there. And so I found myself really challenging myself sometimes on pigs kind of on down the way on what was really wrong with them. And I think that's a compliment to your show because it's hard to make good animals. It's hard to get them presented, and it's hard to win. And when the good ones are still on down the line, you know you got a deep show. So, again, thanks for having me. Thanks to the entire ring crew. Everybody opened gates. Everybody shut gates, picked up crap, whatever you did to help out this show. Thanks a lot for making this a great run event. And if you brought pigs today, thanks for bringing them to me. I know it's you got a lot of options out there, and if you brought one of your best pigs to show to me, it means a lot to me, and so I appreciate that. I think as we step back and analyze them, there's one out here that is my speed 100%. I think he's a very good animal. Young man Sparrow, right here is your champion. Congratulations.
We'll bring in the reserve Dark Cross, Brinley Wilson.
Well, again, it gets tough. I'll go ahead and just talk all the pigs here as we kind of trickle down and select them, just so you understand my thought processes. There's another one out here that suits me real good. Head shape, balance, look, design. I think he's awfully good. And I think as you drop him back out here and compare him to the others, he sticks out really well. Young ladies, Dark Cross going to be reserved. Congratulations. Well, we get down here for third overall, and it kind of comes down to the light and dark for me. I think both of them have a lot of quality to them. Both of them are very neat in terms of their look. You know, one of them is just a little longer hipped. One of them maybe stays just a little truer from behind, give or take. I think you go either way here and not be wrong. Pick I like next best, Young Man's Blue. Congratulations. Well, fourth overall, again, I thought it was between that blue and another one out here. I think a pig that just swings for the fences. His look, his power, I think he's awfully good. Every now and then he'll take a kind of a bad step, and maybe that's what keeps him out of a higher contention, but still very good animal. Young man's bearer there. Hampshire is going to be fourth overall. Congratulations. Well, fifth overall, a lot of different ways you could go about it. There's lots of breed hogs that, quite honestly, I'd like to sneak into a top 5 just to take my picture with them. But yet at the same time, I think as we drop them back out here, there's different ways to go about it. For me, it kind of comes down to 3 of them here, and it's between the Duroc, the Yorkshire, and the belted hog that just came in next. Like I said, you could go lots of different ways here, but I think as you step back and analyze them, one of them just kind of sticks out amongst the rest in terms of presence, a balance, look, foot feature. We nitpicked a small area there. He's still the next best one. Ladies bear right here is fifth overall. Congratulations.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Core, for coming and judging our show picks today. If you please put your hands together one more time for our judge. Results. Grand champion, Weston Lackey with the dark cross. Reserve, Brenley Wilson with the dark cross. Third overall was Benson Schaefer with the light cross. Fourth overall was Weston Lackey with the Hampshire. And fifth overall was Cambry Wilson with the reserve Hampshire. Once again, thank everybody. Please look for us next year. Please load as quickly and as efficiently as you can after pictures so we can get the building turned over for the next event. Thank you.